السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على محمد النبي العربي الأمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. President of the University of Jordan, Professor Azmi Mahafza. Dean of King Abdullah School, Second for Information Technology, the General Chair of the conference, distinguished guests, speaker, participants, and all those of you who traveled all the way from UK, Algeria, Australia, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, and other countries. Good morning, and welcome to our first international conference in information in cybersecurity and cyber forensics. Before we start, we will listen for a few recitations from the Holy Quran by our colleague Nuh Al-Fdul. Dr. Nuh, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبارك الذي جعل في السماء بروجا وجعل فيها سراجا وقمرا منيرا. وهو الذي جعل الليل والنهار خلفة لمن أراد أن يذكر أو أراد شكورا. وعباد الرحمن الذين يمشون على الأرض هونا وإذا خاطبهم الجاهلون قالوا سلاما. والذين يبيتون لربهم سجدا وقياما. والذين يقولون ربنا اصرف عنا عذاب جهنم إن عذابها كان غراما إنها ساءت مستقرا ومقاما. والذين إذا أنفقوا لم يسرفوا ولم يقتروا وكان بين ذلك قواما. صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Dr. Nuh. The exploitation of internet technologies has encouraged organizations to reshape their business models and to achieve several advantages such as increasing productivity, profit, and customer satisfaction. However, this increase of information between businesses or between business and customers raises many concerns about secure storage, exchange of this information. Consequently, the term of information security has evolved to include other issues with strong social foundation, such as trust, privacy, legal liability, and intellectual property rights. Additionally, several parties become involved and have interest in this domain. This includes government, citizens, and business, along with technology providers and researchers. The Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic 2006 brings together thought leaders from various groups of stakeholders to discuss the current and the future approaches, technologies, legislation relevant to the detection, prevention, and prosecution of cyber crimes and cyber attacks. The conference offers an interdisciplinary venue to discuss mechanism for prevention, detection of cyber crimes. While citizens, land and water are a basic element of a country, cyberspace is additional elements which should be considered when thinking about national cybersecurity. Now it's given me a great pleasure to welcome Professor Azzam Slade, the Dean of King Abdullah II School for Information Technology, General Chair of the conference, for giving his opening speech. Please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدي محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين رسول الله المعلم للبشرية والهادي ورسول المحبة لكل العالمين. Excellency Professor Azmi Muhafza, President of the University of Jordan, Excellencies, distinguished guests, deans, professors, researchers, and students. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic Conference 2016, hosted by King Abdullah II School for Information Technology, University of Jordan. I would like to thank you all for joining us today. Let me first ask, what is at stake when we talk about cyber single market in a region such as the European Union? The answer is 415 billion euro of additional economic growth to the European Union gross domestic product annually, numerous new jobs, and vibrant knowledge-based modern society. They simply have no choice but to provide adequate conditions for the cyber single market to flourish. The word cyber is used a lot today, and we see many definitions of cyberspace. Here is one simple definition that I prefer: the internet and everything connected to it. Many governments and enterprises have spent years making systems interoperable, easy to access and use. Yet, they still rely on some methods of security that they did when data systems consisted of large mainframes hosted and housed in closed rooms with limited physical access. Building complex information infrastructures on an insecure foundation and simply hoping that somebody will add the needed security before it's too late is not a strategy. Protecting critical information structure is an issue that must be given attention and high priority. Both national security and economic well-being depend upon it. I want to note down three things today. Firstly, we are growing increasingly dependent on information systems for commercial and government activities. Secondly, adversaries recognize these dependencies and are developing tools to attack our information systems. Thirdly, protecting information systems will require an unprecedented level of cooperation between governments and private sector. The evolution in information and communication technologies, powerful personal computers, high bandwidth and wireless networking technologies, widespread use of the internet, and the high volume of information exchanged over the internet and local networks increase the challenges within currently adopted approaches to obtain and maintain the desired level of information security. Nations need to secure and to have reliable national information infrastructures which are resilient to malicious attacks or arbitrary disruptions, to maintain high level of trust in these systems across government and private sector. We need to deliver because the cyberspace is becoming more and more vulnerable. As much as great intervention and technologies empower us, they fail basically on numerous misuse, and that can also lead to unprecedented damage and pose real threats. Technical failures and malicious attacks occur at alarming and ever-increasing intervals. Inadequate responses to these incidences result in customers losing confidence and businesses losing money and even national security being put at stake. Statistics are truly alarming. Every minute somewhere in the world is being attacked or cyber attacked. Now, literally, this very second, someone's computer is being hacked. Someone's personal records, financial information, or intellectual properties are being stolen. Someone is losing money as a result of these attacks. This someone could be any one of us, could be a government, could be a private sector. Let us not forget, criminals are stepping up their game, and data breaches are increasingly common and devastating. That is why we need to act quickly. Cyber breaches happen for multiple reasons. Whatever the motivation and whoever the attacker, they are all far too common and their consequences are far too costly. Over 75% of small businesses and 93% of large ones have suffered cyber attacks. Costs can run into millions or billions. The number and impact of cyber incidents continue to grow. We have to cooperate better and more efficiently than ever before. The government of Jordan has recognized the challenges posed by accessing the cyberspace. Reports of cyber attacks and their impact are a routine daily occurrence around the world. Furthermore, the high probability of unreported or unknown attacks or intrusions causes even greater concerns. These challenges have required coordinated and focused efforts from all government organizations and stronger partnerships between the public and the private sector and with the citizens of Jordan. Meeting these challenges requires all information assurance and security plans and activities adhere to nationwide strategy to guarantee consistency and successful implementation of a coordinated and effective cyber defense. In addition to the measures taken thus far, I suggest making sure that cybersecurity is taken into account throughout the policy-making process, particularly when we think about new technologies and emerging sectors like smart cities, connected cars, smart guides, or e-health, as well as the Internet of Things, which is a topic that was talked about in the MENA ICT Forum 2014. We all need to think cybersecurity right from the start so that risk management and other key elements are addressed properly and effectively in all aspects of the policy. This is the best way to ensure and that cybersecurity is embedded in our future policy initiatives and not just an afterthought, which we all know cannot provide an adequate solution. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, cybersecurity is a shared mission, or has become one, where this is not yet the case. I would like to thank our partners, sponsors, and various committee members for their hard work. I hope you all enjoy the conference presentations and activities, as well as Petra, the day after tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Azzam. Security is no longer add-on features, and since there is a huge demand for deploying internet technology, security needs to be integrated from the early stage of any business. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Ma'moon Al-Azab from Macquarie University, Australia, the General Chair of the conference, to give his brief speech.
Thank you, Jafar. Good morning, and thank you very much for attending. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to the Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic Conference 2016, the first conference of such kind to be held here in Jordan. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our participants who have traveled across the country and also who traveled around the world to be here with us today. Now, I should mention cyberspace is a world without border, and technology has changed the way we live, and the way we impacted in our lives. Back then, 7.5 years ago, iPhone, Twitter, and Instagram were just an ideas. Back then, in almost 7.5 years ago, there was about 2,500 tweets a day. Last night, almost about 500 million tweets alone. Now, most people who were born after the 1990s will not really appreciate the role of technology, communicating, and technology, which are not many here today with us. Now, I'm confident to say that in today's world, everything depends on digital technology. Now, in order to rob a bank, you don't really need a gun or a mask or a gateway car or note and manage to secure the traffic lights. All what you need is a computer and access to the internet and maybe a cheap computer from your bedroom to rob a bank. I'm confident to say that accessing data is more important than accessing money. Accessing data gives you a repeated access to money. Therefore, it's important to secure our data, and it's our job here as an academics, as law enforcement part, and even as policy advisors. It's our duty to secure our computers. I should also mention that much of our critical infrastructure here in the country depends on technology. Now, our financial systems, bankings, power grids, health system runs on network connected to the internet, which is a hugely empowering but also dangerous and create a new point for hackers to exploit. We only have to think really with real life examples here. An air traffic control system going down and disturb flights, or blackouts that plunge cities into darkness, to imagine what really accessing the internet can do for us. In fact, there's lots of examples are included in real life examples. Just a month ago, 7 Iranians attacked a small dam in the US and almost caused harm to potential citizens in New York. We have most of you here cybersecurity experts, and we've heard about the most sophisticated attack from it's been attributed to Israeli government and also been attributed to the US government with a virus that targeted the nuclear station in Iran, Stuxnet. And that itself shows the complications of the malicious attacks can do and perform and can cause a serious damage to persons and to the critical structure of the country. In the past, cybercrime was committed by individuals. Their main motivation was money or curiosity or for fun even. Now the case is no longer the same. Cybercrime is being committed not only by individuals or small groups who form together to cybercrime. In fact, cybercrime has been shifted to form by organized group who are actually sponsored either by themselves or even by governments. In fact, there are lots of examples has been included and been stated in literature that states or governments or organized crime has been behind that. I can quickly state there is a Chinese People Liberation Army, a cybercrime unit 81360. That Chinese Army department has been behind a major cyber attack almost 2 years ago to espionage and causing sabotage attack to the American government. Not only that, we've heard also of the American National Security Agency, the project called the PRISM. And we know that the Americans are running this secret project to spy on everyone's computers and smartphones device. And this is being revealed by the former contractor of Edward Snowden. Not only that, we also heard lots of news being documented and proved that the Australian government been in fact spying on the Indonesian and German governments. And also a similar attack between Germany and Brazil. Major cities, China, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Australia, America, all have been infected and been affiliated, in fact, by cyber attacks and caused billions of dollars to their economy. Now, there are many cyber attacks can be launched either by malicious attacks or spam emails or by many methods. But I should mention that the social engineering or the psychology part of it is very important. Cyber attacks is no longer by maybe spam email. Spam email being exist since the early days of the internet, but it's still being existent because it was successful, and that people still open and download attachments and click on malicious attachments. My favorite examples of the malicious attacks is actually, if you would like to target a facilitated in a question, is basically have a USB device infected with the malicious attachments and drop it in the car park of the targeted facility and just wait for someone to pick it up and plug it in when they go to work. And that's the very easiest way that you can infect these facilities. I should also mention that the Internet of Things, that I would like to refer to the Internet of Everything, that in fact is interconnected with our daily lives. I should mention that statistic shows there is almost 20 billion devices will be connected with the Internet by 2020. And this is itself, it shows how our connectivity with the world that we live with the technology. Now, if you want to see where we reached today, just look at ourselves. We're really embedded with the technology. In fact, if you leave home without your smartphone device, you can't really continue your day. You have to go back and get your smartphone device from your computer, from your home or your work. You really can't function. We're really ingrained with the technology that we live in our day today. I should quickly mention about digital also technology has been acknowledged by terrorists. Terrorists understand the role of technology to facilitate and commit and commission their crime. They understand the beauty of the internet being as a very hard place to trace back the origin, and provide anonymity. Cyber terrorism provide terrorists a mean of communication, a mean of propaganda, radicalization, and also financing. And they use a new digital era called virtual currency to receive their funds and to finance their activities. And we have seen lots of terrorist activities indeed. They use the advantage of the digital technology, such as ISIS. Now, I'd like, before I finish off my presentation, to include that machine learning, big data, cloud computing are very area of interests, and that the key of prevention and detection. And I also encourage engineers and computer scientists to still keep working hard on such domain. In my view, cybersecurity, cybercrime, growth because of lack of understanding of the risk that could cause the damage to our critical infrastructure and to our personal data. Public and private sectors should closely work together by sharing information and experience from investigations and prosecution. No government can fight cyberspace and cybersecurity alone. Cyberspace, as I said at the beginning, is a world without borders. All governments should fight and work together. It is not a technology problem. If it is the case, then the term information security can still continue today. But the term information security, computer security, has been shifted to be cybersecurity, because it's not a technology problem. It's a risk to manage. It's a psychology problem. It's a sociology, political science, law enforcement, policymakers. It's a range of different disciplines that need to work together to fight for cybercrime detection and prevention. At the end, just as we are all connected like never before, we have to work together like never before, both to seize opportunities of technological advancements, both also to meet the challenge of this information age that we are indeed ingraded. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you, Mamoun. This conference represents a true partnership between academia and industry. And I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for all the industrial sponsors who supported our conference, including Advanced Technology, Next, SMS Asher, Juniper Networks, Microsoft, Palo Alto, F5, and HP. Now I would like to invite Dr. Omar Arabiyat from Al-Balqa University, the local chair for the conference, to give you a brief about the conference.
Distinguished speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. And thank you for joining us at the first international conference, Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic. I would like to present my compliments to all academic colleagues and administrative authorities participating in this opening ceremony, and to express to you my deep satisfaction for sharing this important moment for the development of cybersecurity. To all participants and our distinguished speaker who have come from all around the world, I'm greatly honored and pleased to welcome you to Amman on behalf of the Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic Committee. We are indeed honored to have you here with us. We have about 30 participants from different countries gathered here today, making our conference a truly an international initiative. Your presence is an opportunity to establish a new scientific and professional bridge with others. The Cyber Security and Cyber Forensic is organized by the group and in collaboration with the University of Jordan. The organization committee and also the technical committee have done a fantastic work preparing for the conference, and I would like to thank them for their energy, competence, and professionalism during the organization process. For sure, the success I anticipate to this conference will definitely be a result of effective collaboration with the University of Jordan in coordination with Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic Group. I would like to present special thank to Professor Khalef Al-Tarawni for giving us the acceptance to host this conference, and also to the President of the University of Jordan, Professor Dr. Azmi Mahafda, for his great support to ensure the success of this conference. I hope the forum that will be established from this conference will provide you with an opportunity to exchange scientific ideas, inspire new research and new contacts for closer cooperation, so that we can together envisage the future of the promising development of the cybersecurity in the world. I also wish you a pleasant and interesting stay in Amman. Finally, in behalf of the committee, I'm very proud to declare officially open the 2016 Cybersecurity and Cyber Forensic Conference here in Amman. Thank you very much. And now we will have a coffee break and a company's showcase.
Just a short reminder before the coffee breaks. We have the first keynote speaker just after the coffee break, Dr. Julian Drugan from Australia, who come to share with us his experience with the cyber terrorism. So please make sure not to miss this session. Thank you very much.
هلا فداء، كيفك؟
please in your laptop?
No,
Okay, yeah.
I just want to make sure it works. You know, sometimes it doesn't work. I'm gonna move on to the
not many. Unfortunately, I want to be working this camera and the Queen, and they were having a chat in the formal lunch with the microphones we were in. Then he was marking Nigeria as a corruption country.
Yeah, the one was with Angela Merkel and Obama, and they're making fun of Putin.
Yeah. Maybe we should start. صباح الخير. أهلا وسهلا فيكم مرة ثانية. And you are welcome to join us again. And thanks for those who were with us at the first session. My name is Amir Al-Murat from University of East London, and I'm chairing this session for now. And I would like, or I'm pleased to introduce you the first keynote speaker, Dr. Julian Dugan. He is from Macquarie University, Australia, and he is an expert in cyber terrorism. He done a lot of research in this area, and I will leave the microphone for him as well to talk a little bit more about himself, about his work, and to inform us as well about what the latest in this in cyber terrorism era.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure if that's working. Yep. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thank you for inviting both myself and my colleague Lisa Waldeck all the way down here from Australia. We've both come this far to speak to you about cyber terrorism. We run a series of terrorism-related workshops and research projects in Australia. Now, we're both from Macquarie University in Australia, and we both come from a broadly anthropological background, which means that our research into the dynamics of online radicalisation and online terrorism really come back to the study of human beings and how they use these sorts of tools. Now, this morning what I want to do is to talk less about the security systems and the technologies and the software, which I'm sure that you in this room are far more expert in than I, and instead talk a little bit about the human aspect or components of cyber terrorism, and introduce really the path that took me towards the current research projects that I'm working on in Australia, and to the study of cyber terrorism more generally. And so as a keynote presentation, I really want to be able to introduce you broadly to the topic of cyber terrorism at the moment globally, to give you something to think about, and then narrow down towards the end of this presentation on some of the big questions that we have in this field that particularly relate, again, back to anthropological type perspectives. For instance, how do people use online propaganda? How do they relate to it? What makes someone respond, say, to online terrorist materials, and what are the real risks, and where is the hype when it comes to trying to understand and navigate that very complex world of cyber terrorism. Or perhaps I should call it potential cyber terrorism, because at the moment it really is very debated exactly how much cyber terrorism per se really is a problem. And you'll see that I called this presentation, the myths and the realities of cyber terrorism. So why did I use a word like myth? Well, from my perspective, myths aren't things that just primitive people have in faraway places. Instead, they're things that all cultures and societies use. And indeed, myths, to me, flourish in all sorts of different contexts, including contexts such as our seemingly rational, technological, and scientifically advanced societies. So one noted example of this is the myth of cyberspace. There's a really great book. I encourage you to read a really fantastic book by Moscow. It was back in 2004 called The Digital Sublime, talking about how there's a myth about the cyberspace and its possibilities of creating a new world through the ever-increasing interconnectedness of society and the interconnectedness of digital technologies and society in particular. But of course, wherever there are hopes and dreams that are mythic like this, there are also fears and worries and concerns. And so part of my discussion this morning really is that our collective fears around terrorism online and our collective fears about cyber terrorism are not necessarily particularly true to the sort of threat landscape that we currently face. Certainly there are very interesting and worrying dynamics related to cyber domains and cyber terrorism potentially, but they're a little different to what we might sometimes think about. So to introduce this presentation, we have to think about a couple of key points. And the first point, I think, is that central question, how worried should we be about cyber terrorists? And as straight away, when you frame that sort of a question, you've got to think about the basic modus operandi of terrorists. Going back to major works in the 20th century talk about insurgencies and warfare conducted by so-called fleas or gnats. How do they win against vastly more superior forces like nation states? Well, they win by fooling those vastly more superior forces into thinking that the fear or the threat is greater than it is, and then over-responding to a misplaced assumption around risk. And certainly when we think about cyber terrorism, there is a possibility that this is a phenomenon that we're currently enmeshed within. Our fears around the potential for cyber-enabled terrorist attacks don't always live up to the reality of exactly what that risk is and how severe it might be. Although certainly some in academia, some in the world of policy, and particularly those in the media have, over the past 10 years or more, really pushed this myth of danger and fear related to the cyber domain in regards to potential terrorists. So this quote here by Thomas Friedman is probably one of the best examples of this sort of fear of a phenomenon that's not particularly well understood. Now, back in 2001, he said that, to quote, "In 5 years, with the internet being used to run more and more systems, if someone is able to knock out a handful of key internet switching and addressing centres in the US, until recently, he says, a quarter of all internet traffic passed through one building in Tyson's Centre, Virginia, next to Morton's Steakhouse. He says, here's what happens. Many trains will stop running, much air traffic will grind to a halt, power supplies will not be able to be shifted from one region to another, there will be no email, and your doctor's CAT scanner, which is now monitored over the internet by its manufacturer, won't work if it breaks." So this really comes back to some of the points that Mamoun was making around the sorts of vulnerabilities and fears we have around the cyber domain and its potential use by terrorists, but these fears often being speculative and about what will happen in 5 or 10 years, rather than what we're seeing on the ground at the moment. Another really important point to make is that terrorism and technology is nothing new either. And if we're talking about the internet and terrorism and cyber terrorism, we're not talking necessarily about something new, we're talking about a continuation of a very long phenomenon. And that is terrorists as very early adopters of new technologies. Going back to their early adoption of things like dynamite and small handheld explosives back 100 years ago or more, and also the adoption of terrorists right from the beginning of terrorism as a phenomenon of new and novel communication techniques, ways of reaching audiences, because of course terrorism is primarily focused at an audience in order to instill that fear I was talking about earlier. So the use of pamphlets, the use of books, the use of radio, the use of television stations, and so on. And so when we talk about the internet and terrorism, terrorism, rather than thinking about something that's rapidly new and potentially terrifying, we should think about it as a continuity of something that's been around for a long time and that our societies have dealt with in the past. And so cartoons like this really prove a lie, I think, to many of the perceptions that have been out there about the potential strangeness, perhaps, or the disjunction some people see in this ability for terrorists, who they assume to be non-modern, technically non-advanced, people on the periphery of the globalised world, being able to use complex technologies to be able to reach their goals of spreading their message. And so we've had many examples from the US State Department of senior bureaucrats and executives saying, you know, why are these people living in caves in Afghanistan able to communicate so well to audiences and beat us in a communication psychological type competition? And really that's a misjudgment and a misperception perhaps of this continuity that I'm talking about. So even though we know that this has been a threat that's been pushed out of all moderation at times, we also know that it's a threat that has some basis to it. And so there are two quotes here, both from jihadist-style forums, talking about the wish to use the internet to do exactly what I'm talking about today, which is to instigate some sort of real-world terrorist-type attack. I won't read through them both now because of the time we have to talk, but just be known that they're there and they'll be in the conference proceedings for you to read afterwards. So why do we assume that terrorists are going to be attracted to using the internet? Why do we think the internet is of such importance in terrorism studies? And one of the theories that you'll find proclaimed for quite a while is that the internet is, by its very nature, democratic, by its very nature, it's accessible, and therefore it's a leveller in battlefields that are inherently unequal. And so next door to Jordan, we have Israel-Palestine and the ongoing conflicts there. And in that particular battlefield, we've had lots of speculation that Palestinian peoples and their supporters in an unequal battlefield have been attracted to the internet as a way of levelling their ability to be able to respond to what they perceive as an unjust aggressor. And so we have the so-called jihad, it's been called at times, and the internet intifada. But when we look more closely at the evidence, we see that rather than being a great leveller, the internet has not really been hugely important for terrorists in conducting actual terrorist attacks. Again and again and again we talk, or we hear it said that it's a potential, but when we look at the evidence, what we see more often is something like this. Psychological operations, which are about psychologically attacking your adversary, but not necessarily causing damage, causing destruction, or causing death, which are the sorts of phenomenon associated with actual terrorist attacks. So if we go all the way back to 2000, we've got examples like this, and this is, again, Israel-Palestine, Israel-Lebanon type situation, where both sides and their proxies and their supporters have been shown to hack into the other's systems and basically deface them, graffiti them, put them down through, denial of service attacks and so on. Although these are sometimes characterised as terrorist attacks, I would argue very strongly what we're looking at here is something more akin to online psychological warfare and trolling. So trolling your enemy and trying to disrupt them, make fun of them, make them look ludicrous, and show that you have the ability to strike them where they don't expect. Other examples more recently here from Algeria, similar groups doing sorts of hacking attacks against their enemies and bragging about them online. Great for spreading propaganda, great for spreading your message and for bragging rights, and they are labelled as terrorist attacks sometimes by governments and also in the media, but they're not actually engaged in any real world physical terrorist type event. No one's been killed through these sorts of attacks. Just recently, we've seen that group that calls itself the Islamic State, but which of course is neither particularly Islamic nor particularly a state, be engaged in a whole series of these type of trolling, quasi-terrorist, I'll put that in inverted commas, type attacks. In this case against the US military. So we're looking here back at 2015, an example where the US military Facebook and Twitter accounts were both hacked by a group that's self-identified with ISIS. And in those accounts, they were able to insert their own, again, propaganda and messaging. At the very top, you can see one of the quotes. "We broke into your networks and personal devices. We know everything about you. You'll see no mercy, infidels. ISIS is already here. We are in your PCs. In each military base, US soldiers, we're watching you." So again, it's a psychological operation to instill fear, but is it a classic terrorist attack? Well, I would argue, no, not necessarily. Just last year and moving into the early months of this year, 2016, back in April, we've seen this so-called self-proclaimed Islamic State put a fair amount of energy into consolidating and bringing together many of these hacking groups into one united cyber caliphate, is what they're calling it. It seems that that's been an attempt by this organisation to take a disparate series of organisations that self-identified with its project in Syria, Iraq, and to bring them together under one umbrella, possibly because they were trying to damage control. A lot of the sort of operations that this group or these groups were doing earlier weren't working, were actually backfiring on ISIS. For instance, back in 2015, one of these groups attacked the Countering Violent Extremism Symposium that was being held in Washington by Obama. It was a symposium trying to focus on progressive and moderate youth culture, focus on Islam, counter narratives to extremism, and all these sorts of things. It was attacked by one of these hacking groups. You can see some of the quotes they put onto Twitter feeds associated with the conference there, but the response was not what they expected. In fact, the response was members saying, wow, if you're being trolled by ISIS, you must be doing something right, and sort of it became a Twitter war, which actually made ISIS look stupid rather than look effective. So we're looking here at a series of trolling type attacks and forms of psychological warfare. Now, when we go, however, a little bit further into malicious damage and potential for people to be killed, we are beginning to look at something that's a little more closely aligned with what we think traditionally as terrorism. And again, back in 2015, again using the so-called Islamic State as an example, we've seen them hack into, again, the US military in this case, and be able to get the personal details, the addresses, phone numbers, and financial details of 100 senior military officers, and to post them online, basically as a form of a hit list. As a way of spreading a series of commands to potential supporters to attack these people and harm them. Now, this is a legal grey area. It's certainly an academic conceptual grey area in terms of terrorism. It seems to be a lot more closely aligned with what we would consider to be traditional targeted assassination type terrorist events, which do have a very long history. Other organisations or other ways that this group, such as ISIS that I'm talking about at the moment, have done similar sorts of things are through their online magazines like Dabiq, e-magazines, where they have put out hit lists of Muslim community leaders, different members of the ulema, imams, who they say should be killed because they disagree with ISIS's very extreme and unpopular interpretations of Islam. And of the hadiths and so on. In this case, targeting some Islamic leaders even in Australia, where I'm from, all the way down under. So the question really comes up straight away, why so few actual terrorist attacks? Why, for all this hype and all this discussion and all this fear around the vulnerabilities of the internet, this sort of mythic fear we have of this new engulfing technology that's become so predominant globally, why have there actually not been any of these attacks? These are two scenarios that we would have seen in the literature for decades now, about the potential for terrorists to reach out through online systems and actually manipulate real-world systems, physical systems, to manipulate that interface between software and hardware. The case on the left, a baby food processing line where baby food is automatically manufactured, automatically hacking into it and increasing the sodium levels, salt levels in the food, which can kill children or babies, infants, if they eat it. Another example there on the right-hand side is just pharmaceutical manufacturing. Again, largely automated to reach in and automatically change it so that those medicines are wrong and they kill someone or harm them when they take them. Other potential scenarios, there are many of them, are reaching into hospital blood bank software records, changing people's blood records so that if they come and have an infusion, they're no longer A, they're O, and again, they're harmed. There are so many scenarios that have been postulated by government, by academics, and by the media about how this could occur, but we have not seen any of them actually occur. The most we've got is a few companies where former employees have been disgruntled and have then tried to hack in and disrupt those companies from the outside. We've had examples of that in Australia, but they're very low scale, they're not particularly ideological, and they haven't been conducted by known identified global terrorist organisations. So really this is largely a mythic concern. We don't have any evidence for this occurring. Why is that the case? We don't know. It's debated at the moment in the literature. Is it a lack of expertise and experience or technological sophistication? Possibly not. We know that a group, again, to talk about the so-called Islamic State, has been for a long time trying to get technocrats, people with high levels of software and engineering experience, to come and join their project. We know that many people in that organisation do have the requisite skills to be able to hack and to be able to do this sort of stuff. Is it too rudimentary? Probably not. Maybe the countermeasures are too sufficient. Again, probably not. We're looking at many systems, both government and private, around the world. Or is the interface between technology and critical infrastructure too rudimentary? Well, I'll leave that up to this room to discuss what some of those solutions might be. Now, when we turn away then from direct terrorist attacks that are propagated online in a cyber domain and then that have real-world physical results that result in people being harmed or killed, and we move instead looking at how the internet's being used by some of these organisations to spread its message and recruit people to its cause, well, then we're looking at something a little different. And this, I think, is where a lot of the research at the moment and a lot of the concern is probably a little bit more warranted than these concerns around online actual physical type attacks. So here is a quote from President Obama there about how groups such as the self-proclaimed Islamic State use the online environment to attract young people to its cause, to radicalise them, and to call them to come and join its project in the Middle East. You know, we know that this is something that organisations like ISIS expend a lot of effort into trying to do, both through traditional media like forums and online discussion boards, and more sort of new type modes such as social media, Twitter, Facebook, and so on. But really, this sort of research, again, raises many more questions than solutions in our attempt to understand cyber terrorism. If we look at the number of ISIS-inspired attacks around the world, we can see that the red dots there seem to be attacks that were directed directly from Iraq, Syria by this group. But the other circles, the ones that are hollow, are events that seem to have been conducted by someone who's just inspired by this group. And in all of these cases, there will be an argument that it was the online environment that caused that person to act. That it was online, probably social media environment that radicalised them to acting on behalf of this organisation that they may have not had no direct contact with. You can see them there. You can see also a series of events in Europe as well, really have accelerated over the previous Ramadan and over the past few weeks as well. And in terms of numbers on a timeline and how many people have been harmed by these sorts of attacks and events, you can see that they've become more as time's gone on over the last year or so, and also they've become more damaging in terms of numbers killed and people harmed. Now, these sorts of attacks that are inspired by, again in this case, ISIS, but not organised by that organisation, which are at least probably related to some degree to the online environment, they're attacks which are usually low technology, but very high impact in terms of numbers killed. Low technology, things like vehicles, small arms, and so on, but able to create large effects and spread fear and panic. We've seen many examples. We've seen the attack in Nice recently in France. We've seen examples from Bangladesh quite recently. We've seen examples from Orlando in the United States of America, Indonesia, Malaysia, France again, the UK, and also Australia, back where I'm from. Now, the problem here, though, is that although these sorts of attacks are often attributed to the cyber domain, and although it's often said that it's the internet that is the problem here, or certainly social networking type devices, we don't really understand exactly how that might occur. We don't know why some people may be attracted to these sorts of online experiences and online forms of propaganda, and some people are not. Although we do know, of course, that these organisations such as ISIS and before it Al-Qaeda do consciously try to use these sorts of platforms to outsource, or you could say crowdsource, their attacks globally. So this is a quote here around that idea of narrowcasting, be able to project your message outwards to a large audience with the hope that a certain percentage of that audience will respond, but being able to narrowcast your message so that it fits a particular demographic, a particular group of people. Again, I won't read the whole quote. It'll be there in the proceedings at the end of this conference. Now, this really flips on its head the traditional terrorist modus operandi of being very secretive and inviting people in a very limited way to an organisation that's very hidden. Instead, this is an attempt to try and spread the message of an organisation widely and far so that the largest number of people possible will read it and will engage with it and will internalise it, and through doing so some will, they hope, act out as extremists. Now, the problem here, of course, is that we don't actually know how this occurs, why it occurs, or even in many cases if it occurs. Those examples I showed you before from France and Europe and Bangladesh and other places of ISIS-inspired individual attacks, all of them have an online component, but all of them also have many other factors involved. Individuals' personalities, their mental health, their economic situations, their friendship groups, people they know, their past experiences, and their ties to other individuals and organisations. The actual role of the online environment is always talked about and pointed at, but we don't understand exactly how this online environment shapes some people to becoming violent actors. And so really we're working here, or talking about an area which is terrorism, but more broadly called violent extremism. The term terrorism is a very loaded one. It's very contentious. Different jurisdictions have different definitions of who it is and is not a terrorist. Violent extremism, however, is a little broader. It's more conceptual. The idea of violence being perpetrated by someone because of their extremist beliefs. Whether those extremist beliefs are political, whether they are personal, or whether they're religious. So again, from Australia, I'll give you an example here. This is not from ISIS, this is from a right-wing group who are quite extreme in their anti-Semitism, in their racism and in their white supremacy, who have a site called Stormfront, which has been accused of radicalising youth. Now, it certainly advocates hate in the sense that it advocates division, it advocates the notion that non-white people should be rejected by white people in Western societies. It certainly does not preach tolerance or pluralism. However, it doesn't preach actual violence. It stays away from specifically inciting violence against individuals. So we don't know, again, exactly what this means. Why would someone use a site like this, and what does it mean to be attracted to a hate message but not to a violence message? How are people using these sites and why? And this has huge ramifications for how we think about online extremism and cyber terrorism, and also how we try to counter it. So, for instance, if we look at the audience, are the audiences here attracted primarily to messages of hate? Are they attracted primarily to messages that are religious or political, as this sort of a countering violent extremism type campaign assumes, by countering those messages online through comic strips so that you can counter a discourse? Or are these young people attracted to something else? Are they attracted to something that's emotional, emotive? Are they attracted to something that's angry and looking for an outlet of their anger? Or are they attracted to a social grouping that gives them a sense of identity and gives them a sense of belonging? Are they looking to fulfil some sort of absence in their own being. And of course, this is very, very important if we try to understand what's going on these sites and how to be able to counter them. Also, when we look at the notion of identity online, we look at an extraordinarily complex phenomenon. The concept of de-individuation has been talked about and researched to some degree. That notion that when you're operating in an online environment, you're anonymous, and because you're anonymous, many of the normal mores and social codes and traditional etiquette of social life drops away. People are statistically, it's been shown, more free and more willing to have extreme views online, to flirt with extreme views, to say things they wouldn't say in normal conversation because it's anonymous for them, to basically become those things online that we all hate, those trolls who are out there trying to be as obnoxious as possible. But when we look at this sort of phenomenon and think about young people using these online websites, are we looking at young people who are flirting with different forms of identity in these sites and not necessarily likely to become violent extremists? Are we looking at people who are using these sites as a way, I suppose, of finding an outlet for aspects of themselves that they don't find in normal life? Our lack of knowledge in this area is profound, and that really brings us back to the importance of trying to understand the audiences who use these sites. So really, this is something that my colleague Lisa Waldeck from Macquarie University will talk more about tomorrow. But certainly in terms of propaganda, and what we know about how propaganda works, and certainly in terms of social media and how we know social media is something that people are fully embedded within these days in their lives and are almost welded to in terms of their identity. Mamun put it perfectly before about not being able to leave home without your iPhone today, that cyborg type mentality people have with technology. This raises some very profound questions around exactly how social media and the potential for terrorist propaganda interacts in areas of research that we yet don't really fully understand. So if we go back to the mid-century theorist and about propaganda, a man called Jacques Ellul, we'll see that according to his theories, propaganda is not really a way to implement new ideas into a population, but instead propaganda has always been a means of compounding and crystallizing ideas that people already have to some degree. It's a way of normalizing how people feel at some level. And the total and immersive nature of propaganda can lead to an individual becoming lost within it, lost within a narrative, lost within an identity. And that's when propaganda really works. That's when it crystallizes and people start to act in a particular way. When it pervades their public and their private life, that's when it succeeds. So what does this mean when we think about the current wave of terrorist-related content, extremist content, being distributed through social media? In many ways, social media platforms are the optional vehicles for propagandists to transmit their messages. After all, dissemination through social media fosters something akin to the symbiosis, where there's no longer a clear division between an audience and a content producer. And this is this notion of someone being a consumer of propaganda, but at the same time being a producer of it, and that becoming welded to their identity. And this is the notion of the prosumer, and again, my colleague Lise Waldeck will talk more about this tomorrow. In sum, we need to know more about what we don't know in terms of cyber terrorism. We need to work away from this myth and more about facts. We need, I think, to be a lot more discerning when we talk about what is and is not terrorism online, and also what is and is not radicalisation of people online. There are lots of scary statistics out there. 10,000 Twitter hashtags, ISIS content any one time, hundreds of thousands of people log on to extremist websites every day, slick and well-produced content being produced by all sorts of nefarious groups. But we don't really understand the most basic aspects, really, of any of this, which is the audience. How and why do people access and consume this stuff? What is the difference between passively consuming it and actively following and acting on it? Or is there even any real division between passive and active anymore in an online space? And if so, what is it? And how much of this is, again, coming back to this mythic, very human phenomenon of being concerned about new phenomena such as technology, young people coming together to form panics. And of course, this has extraordinarily important repercussions for us because it's not abstracted. This is the sort of information that our law enforcement and intelligence agencies operate on the basis of to create and instill security. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope you found it of interest, and hopefully there's a chance for a question or two. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julian. Indeed, very interesting presentation, and I would like to welcome any questions for Julian. Yes, please, Dr. Ali Hani. I don't think the microphone is working over there, but let's put someone here.
Thank you first for your presentation, but I have a question: is why do you think that only Islamic groups are cyber terrorism? If you answer yes, then I think you must. Then I think your research hasn't. You only focused on those groups. If you answer no, then why didn't you mention, for example, Anonymous, Lulz, Klux Klan? All of those are classified as cyber terrorists. Plus, most of their members are on the FBI's top wanted list. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed when I was producing this presentation that I was using lots of case studies from so-called Islamic State. And I thought, well, I hope that doesn't give the impression that I'm focusing just on an Islamic terrorist organization, as the only example of any of this. And that's not the case in the slightest. I did use an example there from a right-wing group as well in Australia, the Stormfront organization. So it's true that terrorism doesn't have a religion or a political ideology. It's a phenomenon that we find in most religions, most politics, most times through history in the last couple of hundred years. There's nothing particularly Islamic about it, and speaking in Jordan, I want to make that very clear. But I am talking about something that law enforcement and intelligence in Australia at the moment are particularly concerned about, and that is the so-called Islamic State. And I don't like to talk about that group as an Islamic State because, as I said, they're not very Islamic or really a state. However, they are a great concern to us because we have increasing numbers of young people in Australia who seem to be attracted to what this group's saying. So we're trying to understand what it's doing. And also it seems to be at the forefront of a lot of the developments in using social media in new ways, and in very extraordinarily sort of versatile and quite new and innovative type ways. So yeah, it's not about the religious or not religious aspects of these groups. It's about what they're doing. And at the moment, this group ISIS is doing the most out there, certainly in Australia, maybe not in some other parts of the world.
Thank you. Another question? لو سمحت تفضل. ممكن اللي بيسأل يعرف عن نفسه لو سمحت.
This is Iman Al-Momani. I am an associate professor here at the University of Jordan. First of all, I'd like to welcome you again and to thank you for this interesting, informative talk, actually. My point is, based on what you have said and all the problems now we're facing with all the cyber security problems, that we need to work on a word that you have highlighted in your talk, the lack of knowledge, especially for the users. We need to work more on enhancing the security awareness of our users. I'm not going to talk about the provided security solutions. Now we're having some representative here. And again, I'm not going to say that to what extent we're going to guarantee the security let's say services provided by them. But the thing I would like also to focus that as an academics, we need to play a role in enhancing the security awareness. And my question to you, how really you can see academic institution can play a significant role in enhancing the security awareness of the users who are not fully aware of the security problems of the services or technologies they are using currently. Thank you very much.
Sure. So there's a couple of different levels of that, both of which our university is trying to work on. In terms of policy and government policy, whether it's at a government level or in law enforcement or intelligence, increasingly policy is evidence-led, evidence-based, and academics are those who are creating that evidence. And so if you have evidence about how audiences respond to extremist materials online, then you have a better way of assessing risk. One that doesn't fall into that trap that terrorists rely on, which I mentioned before, which is that we over-respond and overreact. For instance, by demonizing or criminalizing all young people who are attracted to these angry type ideas online, because of concerns they might have which may be justified or not. So evidence-based research and policy formation for government, absolutely, but also outside of the government sphere, working on cyber awareness amongst young people is, of course, also important. And that's something also that our university back in Australia do, and are going to do more with high schools around cyber security, including things like grooming towards pedophilia, managing your online profile, protecting yourself from terrorist predators as well as other type predators online, addressing things like cyberbullying and so on, which can lead to suicide amongst many young people. And so those sort of awareness type techniques work as well, are important for academics. But of course academics can't solve any of these problems. By the time we become academics, we're usually in our 30s or late 20s, and dealing with things that are occurring amongst kids who are in 14 or 15 is very hard, because there's a massive difference there in experience, and credibility.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jacob?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Actually, I have a point. I would like to hear your comment as expert in the cyber terrorism. With all this presence for ISIS on the internet, and if we compare the international efforts or NATO efforts or United States efforts in capturing members of ISIS or the leader of ISIS with their efforts in capturing or tracking Al-Qaeda leaders. I think Al-Qaeda wasn't present in the online as much as ISIS. So despite all that, we don't see any, let's say, significant success in tracking ISIS members, although they are present online.
No, you're right. It's not a very successful situation out there at the moment. I don't know. I'm focusing really more on the cyber domain and young people becoming radicalized through ideas. In terms of the conflict, I'm not an expert to really talk at that level, unfortunately.
Thank you, Joe. تفضل.
Dr. Abdallah Swedan from the University of Jordan. Well, I have some sort of question or similar to the question. I feel some suspicion about the seriousness of the superpowers in dealing with this cybercrime and cybersecurity. First of all, using the social media as a tool of propaganda and spreading and recruiting, well, I am suspicious if it's security breach or not. It's not. I don't feel it is a security breach. It's misuse of the internet. Now, my question is, do you think that these superpowers, having their technological advances and having these routers and switches in their places, don't you think that they, if they want, they can forbid all these recruiting and propaganda deals for whoever, ISIS or other groups?
So there's been a long history, 2, 3, 4 year history of governments responding to Twitter in particular, in this case. So Twitter was founded on an ideal of free expression, to be able to say your view, as long as it's not criminalized, as long as you're not inciting a crime, to be able to say what you wish. And for a long time, Twitter was very reticent towards closing down the accounts of people who were spreading this extremist type ideology. And over time, they seem to have become more open, shall we say, to governments requesting that certain accounts are monitored and then shut down. And so you're seeing now a whack-a-mole type phenomenon where the accounts spring up and they're shut down almost instantly by Twitter, who now works very closely with governments, including the superpower governments, to shut these sites down. And there was an argument that this whack-a-mole approach doesn't work because, of course, once those accounts are shut down, then they're reopened under new names very quickly by the same sorts of people. Some of these people are just passive supporters or naive supporters. Some of them are specific recruiters trying to direct people towards sites where they can then be told how to reach Syria or something like that. What you've found, though, is that this whack-a-mole type process has worked to a certain degree, because the time it takes for these individuals to build up followers is a real phenomenon. It takes some time to build up momentum online. And if your site's closed down by Twitter, hours in to you setting up this new account, eventually it becomes an exhausting process. And there's actually been some success in Twitter being able to stop the rampant spread of ISIS-related material through itself by closing these down and creating algorithms to find them and shut them down as they appear. So I think the governments are very aware, not just superpowers, I think governments in this region as well are very aware of being able to work with these social media providers to do what they can to prevent this spread of hatred messages and extremist messages. But I think it's more complicated than we sometimes think to be able to identify these people and these sites as quickly as you need to be able to shut them down and then move on. And then the question always is, well, if you shut them down, where do they go? And the other question for intelligence is, well, if it's a chat room, maybe you don't want to shut it down, maybe you want to keep it there for a certain time and observe it and monitor it for the intelligence that it gives you. Yeah. So there are these sorts of trade-offs and considerations by governments all the time.
Thank you very much. We'll have last questions here from
thank you, Amir. In fact, I do have a comment just to answer Professor Momani and Professor Jafar Gatawne's interesting questions, in fact, and indeed. I should start mentioning by starting that internet has started and been created as a means of communication and not as to secure the communication. Later on, security experts, security community has understand the problem and they started to secure the internet. So this is to start with. There is a major challenge for law enforcement to fight cyber crime activities, cyber terrorists, cyber attacks, overall. Of course, the role of social media, it's not easy as it can be done. If we look at the recent attack happens in, the recent event that happened in Turkey. Well, first thing that the military did in Turkey is blocking the social media sites. They understand the role of social media in impacting the world. Now, cyber terrorists or people who are interested in getting the audience involved in this, they get into the darknet websites in order to access blocked websites like Facebook, like Twitter. It's not an easy thing to do. If we look at ISIS and examples by terrorist group, and ISIS is one of many terrorist organizations, because I agree with you, Julian, terrorists, they don't know no religion and they don't have any known state. They do use the beauty of the technology, which tracing is very hard, like virtual currency, Bitcoin, where tracing to original is very complicated and it's hard. And in fact, it's almost impossible. If you ask and speak with any police officers who work in the field, they would tell you the really main challenge in tracing back the origin. Now, the beauty of the cyber means that the perpetrator sits in a country, the means and technology sits in many different countries, and the victims in another country. So although maybe we do know the perpetrator and we do know the victims, for prosecutors, for investigators, it's really hard to find out who actually did the crime. And that's really important of the cyber forensic fields here to creating a cutting-edge research in order to do that. So it's really hard. Now, just quickly to answer your question, is it really hard? Is it easy, really? Can we block the social media sites and we done deal and we don't have a problem? No, we can't do that. In China, accessing Google and Facebook is actually forbidden. But with the virtual currency, with the proxy, with the VPN, with the darknets, you can buy drugs, you can hire a hacker, you can hire an assassinator. It's hard and a main challenge to a country. A country understands the challenge of this, but they need to work together. And that's why the importance of public, government, private, working together, academic even, policymakers, multidisciplinary people working together to fight this main challenge. So I hope I actually provide some insightful comments about the main challenge on this.
Thank you, Marwan. As a chair, I have the right to ask a question. I can vote for myself. Thank you, Julian. I think, I would, as you have mentioned, there's a heavy use of the internet and online technology to recruit people for ISIS, for example, as a main case study discussed in this presentation. Do you think that there is as well lack of shortages in using the same technology and at the strategic level to fight such kind of ideologies? I mean, by making the people, for example, especially in Western countries, or people originally they were born in, let's say, in Western country, in Paris, take Paris as an example, to educate these young people, for example, and from at the government level, in a way that using online as well to make the people as well, Islam, for example, is not that what these people or these groups they are calling for. And we are in UK, for example, with a group of, at the individual level, we have kind of to start creating kind of comparison between what ISIS is claiming that what is Islamic is actually, we could prove that from the same perspective, from Islamic perspective, that is nothing to do with Islam. They are all that propaganda. They are using that religion, for example, to or riding the religion to for their own agenda. And that's why my question, as I said, do you believe that should be better used rather than shutting down all the websites at the same level to fight against this kind of recruitment strategies?
Yeah, sure. So in the West and also in the Middle East for 4 or 5 years, there's been an enormous amount of effort expended in these sorts of soft programs. And they're usually called countering violent extremism programs, where government will either create or sponsor community groups to create counter narratives online to counter these sorts of extremist messages. And there's still a lot of money and a lot of effort and a lot of enthusiasm behind these projects in America and Australia and other places. However, there's also a lot of research around these projects that suggests that they don't work particularly well for a number of reasons. I don't know about Jordan, but in Australia, the government doesn't really have the credibility to speak about religious issues to young people, or even about political issues. And so therefore it will probably be ignored by the sorts of people who may be on the edge of becoming violent. There's also a problem in the West around legitimacy, and often you'll find the sort of people who are likely to become violent, either right-wing Christians or ISIS-inspired Muslims. They often have an oppositional identity, which is opposite to authority. So their own community leaders, religious leaders, government leaders won't necessarily have the authority to say this sort of stuff. So certainly the internet, as Mamoun said, is a medium of communication, and a lot of countering communication has to come through the internet that counters hate, counters extremism, and counters violence. But I believe that it has to be organically evolved by communities to do that, and if government plays a part in sponsoring it or in encouraging it, they can very easily backfire against the government, because it's seen as sort of corrupting those messages, which are out there, of course. And you've got to remember that many more people are not extreme rather than extreme. So ultimately, it's already working. These sort of messages.
Okay. Thank you very much, Julian, and for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome our second keynote speaker, Engineer Haytham Saif from Juniper, and he is a network security consultant. He has worked with Juniper for many years, and also Haytham is a main contributor for all the Juniper solutions, and I will leave the stage for Haytham as well to talk a little bit more about his background. you need 30 minutes?
I'll try to make it shorter.
Thank you very much. This is very kind of you.
Okay.
تفضل please.
Thank you and welcome everybody. Today world, we agree all on this, is more interconnected than ever before. Yet for all of its advantages, a better education system, a better healthcare services, a more smart distribution of the power systems, increased connectivity bring increased risk of theft, fraud, and abuse. As we become more reliant on modern technologies, we also become more vulnerable to cyber attacks. Whether we talk about the average cost per breach, the number of attacks, or the time it takes to discover the initial indication of compromise, the statistics is very terrifying. And I agree maybe with some of the comments, we're not doing really enough to stop these attacks. So. Actually being rational about it and looking at these statistics, we shouldn't be sleeping at night. We are people on the industry, on the academic. We made this problem happening. We were promoting the internet and the information sharing over the internet for years to years, and we have created the situation today. Unfortunately, although we think about ourselves as rational, studies have shown also that we have a systematic deviation from rationality. It's called the optimism bias. And optimism bias is our belief that we are less impacted by negative events more than others like us. So when we think about car accidents, we think that we are less likely to make a life-threatening life accidents, and the smokers believe that they are less at risk of experiencing lung or heart diseases. And we continue to believe that we are unlikely to be the next victim of cyber attacks. And this is basically for 2 reasons. So the first is the representativeness heuristic, which we compare the events with our knowledge about similar events. Like we drive a car for 10 years, we never had an accident, we're not gonna have an accident tomorrow. Or if I smoke for 20 years, I'm not gonna have a heart disease tomorrow. And if I'm running my network for the last 10 years without a cyber breach, most probably I'm not gonna have any cyber breach tomorrow. The second is the singular target focus. That we look at these statistics, and these very terrifying as we mentioned, but we look at them as individual, and we compare ourselves as a group. And we usually, when we compare ourselves as a group and the average of a group, we think that we are better than the group. So the first thing we think about when we think about a car accident is a bad driver. And if somebody have died from smoking, we just think he smoked a lot, but not that smoking is bad. So whether we like it or not, our privacy is invaded. Our intellectual properties are stolen. Our critical infrastructures are being destroyed. Actually, the United States Homeland Security Department predicted that cyber terrorism will be a direct reason for people's death in 10 years. We really need to have a paradigm shift in the way we look on how to build and secure our digital assets. Again, this is not a vendor competition, who will sell more. This is not an economic or a marketing forums. This is our obligations as a security experts, as an academics. It's an obligation, our responsibility to our privacy, our family privacy, and our societies. If we have a quick look at the network security architecture today, we see multiple security solutions that segments the network into multiple security segments or zones. And they start passively watching the traffic transiting between these zones, trying to identify threats. And there is two ways the industry today does that. So the first is by whitelisting the exact safe behavior of an application. And the second is by comparing this traffic with a pre-known vulnerability exploit algorithm. So we know how the attacks look like, and we try to compare the traffic stream against this, our knowledge, or this vulnerability exploit algorithm. It's called the signatures-based detection, and by that we are trying to stop attacks. What's fundamentally wrong with this approach is also two things. So first is it's limited to where the traffic inspection is applied by assuming there is a rigid boundaries between what is trusted and what is not trusted. This maybe works 20 years back when most of the traffic was a client to server traffic. But today with the explosion of IoT, the machine-to-machine communication, this is not gonna work anymore. And even on the real life examples, if we look today that, okay, so the threats is really hard to get into a country, that we find there is an insider threats. And those are not motivated by the fact that they cannot get outside from the country actually, because it's easy, because there is no rigid boundaries between trust and untrust. They are inside the countries and they can do the exploits. And this is what actually today happening on the network world, that most of the threats we see on the networks is an insider threats. Again, it's not because those people are motivated or they hate their companies, because it's the easier way, because there is no any security check to stop those attacks from inside the network, because there is an assumption that there is a rigid boundaries between what is trust and what is untrusted. I will cover that later in my slides, but the second point is the single source knowledge of either the bad behavior of an attacker or the expectation of what is bad and what is good. And this brings to my mind a story. It's worth mentioning because it simplifies the security model that we have today. September 11, 2011, Flight United 93 was scheduled from New Jersey to San Francisco at 8 in the morning. At 8:45, the plane crashed, 44 people were killed. What really took my attention, 4 days after the attack, the forensic and the investigation reports had identified 4 people to be the source of this attack. And how they were able to identify them, it was very simple. They have collected information. And they have found out that those 4 people have entered the United States from a high-risk countries in the last 6 months. 3 of them have attended an airplane or a similar airplane flying lessons, and all 4 of them actually had used or attended a class for fighting lessons in a very narrow areas, all 4 of them. And there was an interview with the investigators, and these investigators have shown if we had this information and we were able to create this information before the attack happens, those 4 people would never be let into the airplane. But he was also defending that with the technologies available today, people cannot collect this information out of everybody. And I agree with him, people cannot, but machine can. Not a single person or a system and the airport security check was a question, because it did exactly what it was designed to do. So it's inspected every one of those people, and they thought it is legitimate because the information they had that they are not carrying guns, they are not carrying bombs, they are not carrying a shampoo, so it looks they are legitimate. And the result was really terrifying. 44 people were killed on that attack. Moral of the story, intelligence information is a crucial part of any security system. And efficient intelligence depends mainly on three factors. So the first is the diversity and the amount of the information that need to be gathered. The second is the sophistication of the analysis algorithm that need to be applied. And the third and most important is the speed and the frequency of distributing this threat intelligence information into the law enforcement bodies. Today at Juniper, this is the problem we are trying to solve. So we are creating a cloud scale and open platform system that collect information not only from Juniper, from any third-party source that can contribute with an information to any security threat or incidents. We have built a machine learning algorithm and a machine learning analysis system that can analyze this information, and an automated approach where we can distribute this data into any switch, router, or firewall on the industry today. If we have a closer look at how we implement the security or how those devices that are built on the network today is configured. So we see 4 metadata fields that need to be configured on any security system. So those are the source of traffic, the destination of traffic, the action, and what inspection needs to be done. Source and destination usually are represented by a statically configured group. And people claim that, okay, we do not have an identity over the internet. People are anonymous. Well, it doesn't matter, good or bad. It doesn't matter actually what the intention. Sorry, it doesn't matter who is this guy, but it matters what is the intention. And if he's a bad intention, although he's not known to be bad, still we need to stop this. Okay, so source and destination are presented by a statically configured address group. Basic inspection is to permit or deny this traffic, and then we apply the inspection algorithm like an antivirus, anti-malware, intrusion prevention system. It's very similar if we look at the airport security check. When we see that people from New Jersey is allowed to travel to San Francisco, as long as they do not carry the gun, bombs, and all the forbidden materials, and they just act decently on the airport security check. So what we have created, or what we have trying to shift, is the way we configure the source and the destination of the traffic. So instead of a statically configured, somebody who needs to configure the source and the destination of a traffic, we have creating a dynamic address group. And dynamic address groups is basically a database that have controlled not by Juniper, by any third-party system that can publish, that they can publish their security intelligence feeds directly onto our network devices. Those can be Juniper, it can be a third parties, or it can be any security research system that can contribute to this open platform. And second is a connector software that will set a middleware that will actually sit between the dynamic address group or this database and the threat intelligence system. And the third component is basically the cloud where we will collect this information. As I mentioned, the efficiency of any threat analysis system depends on mainly 3 elements. So the first one, if you look at the first one, is the diversity of the information source. Today at Juniper, we have built our cloud and we have partnered with 40 providers, including IBM, RSAs, including even people that's not in the security itself, to contribute and to give us data about what's happening around the globe. It's an open platform system, so anybody can contribute to that. Any academic research, we have some agreements with some academic firms that they are contributing what they see on the industry to our clouds. And the good thing here, once we get this information, we don't just distribute it as is. So we need to do the analysis, and we give for each new elements that we see a threat level. A black, white, or a bad or good verdict is not good enough when it comes to security. We need to associate any elements around the globe with a security level or a threat level. And this is what exactly we do. And the way we do it, although machines cannot do it today, people cannot do it manually, but machine can scale. Machine learning algorithm can definitely get this information and compare it with what is non-good and what is non-bad to identify what is the threat level of this new source. So we have created a machine learning algorithm that collects these data feeds from all the sources around the globe, analyze these data, and then compare it with what is good and what is bad. And all the histories. And this is, I think, the battle. It's an unfair battle between people, attackers, and machines that are trying to secure the networks. People will win every time, unless we use some sort of machine learning algorithm. And we use those machine learning algorithms trying to identify attackers and a self-learning platforms that will actually look at how the attackers' behaviors evolve. We will not be able to win that battle. So what we have created a machine learning algorithm that will continuously learn what is good and what is bad, and it will compare each new information source with what is known to be good and what is known to be bad. And as a final stage, we give the final verdicts or the threat level of any new IP, domain name, URL, any new information or any new information source that we see around the globe. We give it a threat level. With the threat level, now you can associate this threat level with your security policy. Nobody runs an enterprise today or any data center or any information, and all information are equal. Usually the information is classified also between a highly critical or a sensitive applications with applications or data that can be accessed by everybody. And we need also the security models of the networks to make sure that the way we configure the devices available today is matching the security policies. There is a huge gap between what security researchers, compliance people, regularity are putting and what can be implemented actually on the network. There is a huge gap. And we, as a Juniper, and I don't believe any other industry vendors today will disagree with me that there is no gap. Yes, we have a great policies, but we do not have the technologies available today to apply this policy into the network level. Cyber criminals are getting smarter and motivated more than ever before. I do believe the first motivation is money. So if we could break into the economic model of attacks, we will win that battle. Again, this is my belief. I can share it off path, but I believe we were able to break the economic model of attacks. If the cost of attacks is actually more than the benefit of the attack, this will impact the economic model of attacks, and that will most probably stop the attackers. If we look back at the airport security check, if a criminal wants to put an object into the airplane and he knows that he will be caught by threat intelligence data or any information, he will try to use a victim or a tool, a host, to get his intentions into the airplane. It might be something completely new and carried by unsuspicious source. Advanced threats today is very similar. Cyber criminals are targeting networks by malware that is very difficult for inbox logic to identify. We have also created another cloud-based platform called the SkyATP. And SkyATP is a series of detection technologies that can identify advanced persistent threats and zero-day attacks. And it is another source of the machine learning information system that we have built to correlate the threat data from the internet. From a high-level perspective, this is very simple. So our firewall switches or routers extract the files or any suspicious file from the data stream and send it to the cloud for analysis. Then we will wait for a verdict if this is good and this is bad. And then we'll update our threat intelligence data feeds that, okay, this is a new bad or this is a new good. But if we look at the details, so there are multiple stages of detection that we carry. And as I mentioned, at Juniper, we are not arrogant enough. Neither I think anybody should be to claim that they can solve the problem alone. So what we are building on the cloud, it's a multi-stage detection system that starts with a cache lookup, stuff that, okay, have we seen that before, or it's something completely new. And the only way to do that is to use the cloud economics. It is very important. I have seen a lot of rejects in the Middle East and maybe on customers in Europe or Australia or UK that, okay, we cannot send our data to the clouds. Your data is on the clouds. Your data is available there already. And this is where the technology is moving. And to claim that our data should be stored on our back-end systems, that doesn't make it more secure. So we send these data into the cloud and we see if we have seen anything around the globe that it's similar to that, and this is where the cache lookup will comes. Then we have partnered with multiple, actually it is 8 of antivirus vendors that we can actually run the same file against those multiple engines on parallel, and each one of them will give an initial verdict about this file if it's good or if it's bad. Then we will look at the static analysis, and the static analysis will look at the metadata, the entropy of the files, the structure of the file, and will map it to a self-learning or a machine learning algorithm. And on the final stage, we actually execute these files on a sandboxing environments. I was thinking about the efficiency of sandboxing for multiple years because solutions are available that can do actually sandboxing. So they execute the file on a runtime environments and will try to figure out from what the impact of this file on the memory, on the CPUs, on if it's connected to a CNC or a botnet server, and try to identify if this is good and this is bad. So I was thinking again about the same concept of the airport security check. If you know that those people are suspicious and we put them into an airplane, a dummy airplane, and we tell them, okay, after 40 minutes, will you do any harm? Will you try to actually they will not. Because they will sense, for example, the engine sounds, the movements of the airplanes. There is a lot of things. This is how malware behaves today. So they are trying to identify that, okay, am I run on a sandboxing environment? Is this a contained environment that I should execute? Should I act now or I act later? Or they will be waiting for maybe sometime, it's a period of time, or it's a very specific traffic time before they execute and they expose their behavior. What we are doing in our sandboxing, we have created up to 50 deception techniques that will motivate the malwares to execute their behavior or to discover their behaviors. That includes running the file multiple times, shift the day and time, running on a different time zones, or actually simulate uninterrupted traffic. On our sandboxing environment, we are running 50,000 virtual machines that simulates an actual internet traffic where the malware can actually expose their behavior, rather than using one of the evasion techniques or wait for a specific incident that will actually trigger this malware. And finally, with the initial verdict that we have built, also our machine learning comes that we have millions of malwares that has been identified throughout the years. And machine learning will actually compare any new files with the non-good and non-bad, and the final verdict will take into accountability what is the information or the multi-stage detection has given with what we have seen good and what we have seen bad, and based on that a final verdict will be defined. So I don't remember I had a discussion in the last 3 years that didn't include SDN and the clouds. I'm not planning to make this an exception, so SDN is, at its most simple part, is a separation of the data plane from the control plane. So now we have a brain that do all the math and then they distribute the forwarding information into the network muscles. So this has been done for years in the industry. So what makes SDN very unique, that now you have a single piece of software and you can open an APIs. So a third-party system as well can contribute, can control how the network behaves. In security world, control plane functions goes beyond learning reachability information from a switch or router. It is the brain actually that apply the detection techniques to inspect the traffic and enforce a traffic forwarding policy into the data plane. Today, most of the network switch and routers, they include a set of traffic classifications and enforcement capabilities. It's presented by an access control list or a firewall filters. It's basics, but it is available there. But what they do not have is the intelligence to take an educated decision of what is good and what is bad. This is the problem with the network switch and router today. They do not have the brain, the CPU power to inspect the traffic. And our vision at Juniper today is to be able to separate the detection from the enforcement on the network. And this allows us to use the network itself as the enforcement ecosystem. All attacks at some point of time must traverse the network. And this will allow us to remove the trust boundaries from within the network. This will allow us to use any egress or egress port within the network as a potential threat source or threat target. This is well known on the industry today as the zero trust model, where we remove the rigid boundaries between what is trust and what is trusted, and it is very essential for the IoT security and the machine-to-machine communication wave. This is very exciting time for us. People who don't know about Juniper, we have established in 1996, and we have made the first hardware-based forwarding ASICs on the industry. As an engineering company, we are trying to find a problem and work with the industry, work with the academic to have a solution for these problems. And today, because we own these switches and router with the large telcos, we believe we are well positioned to stop these problems directly from the network access, rather than stopping for the traffic to reach a preset boundaries between what is good and what is bad. So if we look at what we are doing today with the software-defined secure network, so we are creating three. This is still, by the way, this is a roadmap project. So this is not a commercial product, but this is the way we are thinking that this will solve most of the security threats what we have today, and this will be scalable to actually address the actual problem. So the first thing is to start by the policy. And what policy we can create. Today, if we have a team of security experts that are sitting all the day and trying to reconfigure the network, reconfigure the security policy to stop a single attacks, there is actually a single attack every second. And to be able to do that, you need an army of people. So the first thing we are planning to release to the market is a policy that can dynamically adapt. It's based on the dynamic advocacy group we have talked about. They can take into account a third-party information about what is good and what is bad and what is the right threat level, and to adapt dynamically to the evolving attacks landscape. Second is detection. Today we use a third-party system to collect information. But we also think that it's very important to take an input from the network itself to collect information, traffic flow from the network itself, and be able, using the machine learning, to identify what is good and what is bad, what is the normal. And this is the machine learning. So basically, machine learning will take an input and an output and to try to find the logic. And this is what it's trying to do. So we'll take an input from the network and an output from the Spotlight and the Sky ATP system, and we will try to get into the logic of how the attacks will behave, what is the normal behavior of the network and what is abnormal behavior of the network. Third is the enforcement, and based on the threat feeds intelligence that we get, we need to distribute this information not only on the security appliances on the network, but also on every access switch, router, radio cell, or mobile device on the network. This is where we need to apply our security policy without necessarily having the capabilities of identifying the traffic to be good or bad. It's very tough time for us, for all of us on the industry. And there is a decision we need to make. So we really need to look at a paradigm shift on the way we secure our network, or we can continue to think that we will not be the next victim of cyber attacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ethan. And we'd like to welcome a couple of questions, actually. Any question? Yes, Professor. I think the microphone is in front of you. If you just switch on, please.
Now it is working. In fact, we have been living with GSM, with all these calls we are talking every day are under the sun. Because actually GSM has been broken by proved by ATT in 2008. Since that time, if anyone wants to hear what other person is talking, he will just download a file by calling him and it will be done. This is applicable now to 3G in America, as they said recently. 4G is still secure. However, all those millions or billions of people talking on GSM, their calls are vulnerable. But there is no harm because it's not financial and there is nothing to harm. So the question is why we don't live with these and say that the protection of ourselves is the cure if we are targeted. Because as you said earlier, as I believe as well, that 75 of the attacks are targeting financial sort of motivations. So maybe 100%. And if we talk about governments saying that FBI has been attacked, in fact, these attacks comes because the agents themselves in both countries are also, because anything personal is being transferred. We call it actually engineering security or whatever. So the matter is exaggerated too much. And if we talk about cyber attacks, specifically regarding the social networks and the crime and ISIS matters and so on, I think it is just a way of myth more than reality, because they are fighting militarily and they are not achieving anything. Then why they are putting this big source that these are the reasons? I'm trying to downgrade the threat and the worry and keep it to those people who are really rich to defend themselves. I'm not talking about the person in his home and if he's loose. Now these days, most of my friends saying that their social network being hacked. I tell him, do you open videos? He say yes. When you open video, straight away you are attacked in around 80% of the cases. So the way you are practicing the use, you have to pay the price. If you are not really thinking that this is serious, you can open an account again or whatever, this is your problem. But it is a very harmful situation when the really social network attacks happening to you and becoming vulnerable and exposed in front of others. It's much more serious than even the email attack. So what I'm saying, there are some personal issues, but the main concern is depending on the person, if he's protecting himself and if he's really thinking to educate himself in somehow. But the main problem is not this. The main problem is the financial problems. Thank you.
So I believe there is two questions here. So the first question, okay, if I don't get, okay, so first, it is people's responsibility to protect themselves. Yeah. And this is very important. No, it's not. People use this technology, they do not know what is the impact of being hacked. When I get my dad an iPhone, he starts using it, he doesn't know that this is harmful. Again, we were promoting the use of these technologies, and it's our responsibility to secure these transmits. So this is part of the problem. It's just like a police or the army. You cannot ask everybody just to go and volunteer to the army, right? People are living here, and it is the government's and the enterprise responsibility to protect them and their data. So the second thing, and okay, it's an economic model, and okay, if I don't have much, then okay, how this will impact me, or we are exaggerating this data. So it's not about how much do you get. So imagine this situation. Your medical records is stored somewhere online, and some attacker get into these, and he have changed those medical records, and you go to the hospital, and they give you the wrong dose, and you end up dead. Okay, so again, this is not only about your personal data. Although personal data for you is the most valuable things for you. If you do not have money at home, it doesn't mean that you will not close the door when you sleep. Right? Still, you need to take, because security is fundamental, for ourselves.
I think for smart cities, we are dealing with a current project on smart cities, and the main concern is that really, if we have traffic information saying that the way is this route, or this route is closed, maybe those people who are changing this information will make a great damage, really, to everything, like the energy consumption, the traffic control, all of this stuff. So really, it is a very alarming situation.
And it happened, right? And with the self-driving car experiment on Google, somebody could get into the system and he actually stopped the car.
I think it's a long discussion. We will take it offline. So, another question for yes, please, over there.
My name is Mohamed from University of Kent. Just since you have mentioned several times about machine learning and how Juniper is utilizing these algorithms, so I'm quite concerned to know about how Juniper can improve the accuracy, how can avoid some wrong decisions, because machine learning is subject to false positive and negative. So
more
if you
data.
can briefly highlight this.
So with the machine learning, more data mean more accuracy. The more data we see, the more data we inspect, and the more feedback we get, is the better the system is. And we are continuously trying to get more data, gather more information. Whether, again, as I told you, we have partnership with people, but still we are open to collect information from anywhere. And the reason for that is to enhance the accuracy of our machine learning. Because initially, if you put a file on a machine learning, the value will be 0, right? But with time, it will enhance. And this is, again, how attackers actually evolve. They have a start with a simple attacks, and with time, they evolve. And this is basically the problem we're trying to solve. It's not to make it a people versus machine battle. It's a people versus some artificial intelligence or a machine learning battle.
Last question. Yes, please. Further. Okay, we'll take it. Don't worry. Can we start here, please? Sorry. لو سمحت هناك دامك موجود هون. Sorry.
My question is, can Juniper
عرفنا عن نفسك أول شيء.
محمد مصباح. Can Juniper detect and prevent SQL injection attacks? And which attacks can Juniper detect?
I see. Our model is to separate different. The answer to your question, yes, using an IP as signatures, some input validations, we definitely can detect SQL injection. But the thing is, what we're trying to implement is where this enforcement happens. Do we wait for the SQL injection attack to happen? Because if I'm an attacker and I track a SQL injection and it has been detected, I will simply try a different logic. I will try a different formula. And eventually I will get through. What I'm trying to do is to change this model of detection attacks. So maybe some other people will detect attacks, but still we need to enforce it into the network level. You can spend as much time as you want trying to avoid bullets, but it's very more efficient to go and catch the guy who's holding the gun and trying to shoot you. And again, this is the change we are trying to drive into the industry. Stop trying to avoid bullets. Stop trying to detect attacks. Look at the attacker's motivation and try to break the economic model of the attacks and to make the attacks cost more and the attackers gain less.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Please.
Sarah Suwaji. The first question were about the cost in terms of finance and money. I want to ask about the cost in terms of time. How much it takes to transfer one file inside ATP and determine if it's legitimate or...
So initially it's 2 seconds. Basically, what we do is not necessarily how we take this file and send it to the ATB. It's not necessarily that you download the file and send it or upload it again. Although this is possible, and we don't believe it will take a lot of bandwidth, because usually the malware is not those huge files that you download from the internet. It is basically a small objects that are embedded within the web page. So the maximum file of size that included actually a malware is 32 MB, which can be uploaded in a second. The thing is, we can redirect the traffic to the cloud, to go to the cloud before actually it's been downloaded. So there is a lot of ways, but time definitely is something important we are looking into. But we're trying also to build that even, okay, we cannot detect the initial compromise, but still the networks need to know that, okay, this guy has downloaded a malware, and this malware today is infecting the network, and to distribute this information using the threat intelligence data to at least quarantine this machine and stop the lateral movements of malwares.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, for your interesting talk. Thank you. Our second presenter will be Malik this is Sumaya University, and he's gonna to talk about multi-level fuzzy interference system for risk adaptive hybrid RFID.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this presentation on multi-level fuzzy inference system for risk-adaptive hybrid RFID access control system. I know we are behind our schedule today, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Before I start, I would like to extend a very special thanks to my colleague Dima Sliman and Professor Adnan Shaoud from the University of Michigan. He cannot be with us today, so for them both, thank you very much for your efforts and help in this project. Let's start with a quick introduction about RFID. RFID can be traced back to World War II, where the Germans discovered that if the pilots rolled their planes while they are returning back to bases, the signal reflected back to the radar crew in the ground will change, thus identifying this plane as a German airplane. This was considered the first passive RFID system. Meanwhile, the British in the British military, they started a secret project called IFF, Identify Friend or Foe. In this project, they put a transmitter in each plane that transmit back to the radar crew on the ground to identify this plane as a British plane. And this is considered the first active RFID system. Mainly what we are considered here today is the three-model server-based model by Nest, which proposed back in 2007, a serverless model which we proposed back in 2011, and a hybrid model which we proposed back in 2015. So, quickly, what an access control system? It identifies who can access the resource, what can be accessed, and when can it be accessed. And it provides mainly three services: authentication, authorization, and accountability. So we can classify an access control system into traditional or static access control system. The main three modules is DAC, MAC, and RBAC, and a risk-based access control system, which is basically a traditional system with a risk module. What this means is that access permission are changed dynamically based on several factors that can be temporal, operational, environmental, or situational. And access permission are granted or revoked based on the risk value. Basically, what risk is the probability with some degree of confidence that a certain action will occur with certain impact. often the risk is associated with uncertainty. Uncertainty means qualitative, high, medium, low, and imprecise. It may occur half of the time. And this is where fuzzy logic actually shine. So usually fuzzy inference system can be very effective in risk assessment process and complex problems that requires a high level of dealing with uncertainty. So what's the problem statement here? In 2011, we proposed a RFID access control system without backend database. It's a serverless module. What's interesting about it? It has very simple architecture, high availability, and actually it suffers from low scalability. In 2015, we mitigate these issues. We modularized the architecture, providing high availability and high scalability. The proposed module operates in both serverless and server-based approach based on the risk value. And as we see, risk operates under uncertainty. So we identified that fuzzy inference system can improve actually the risk assessment process. This is a high-level diagram of the NEST module and the two proposed modules. What we proposed back in 2015 is this module, the risk engine subsystem. It consists of three main modules: the risk analysis, the decision-making module, and the risk rules module. So the proposed solution, we proposed to quantify the risk value based on fuzzy inference system. So we fuzzified the risk module, the risk analysis module, and we fuzzified the risk rule module to use risk rules, Mamdani risk rules, instead of if-then logic rules, while maintaining the same system architecture. So the proposed system utilized multi-fuzzy inference system. This actually allows us to increase the system scalability, reduce the system complexity, use multiple variables with many linguistic variables, and actually without increasing the number of rules. So the system consists of two levels. The first level is the authorization level, which consists of 18 rules. It takes two inputs, the clearance level and the classification level, and it outputs the authorization level. And the second level is the risk fuzzy inference system. It takes three inputs: authorization, authentication, and classification. And it utilizes 55 rules to produce the risk value. If we can take a quick look about the fuzzy linguistic variables, we have 7 variables: clearance, classification, authorization, authentication, classification, and risk. And each of them has linguistic variable mapped to the previous model, which was proposed in 2015. We used the same linguistic variables, we used the same universe of discourse to be able to compare them in the evaluation. So, as we can see, the authorization in a fuzzy inference system takes two inputs: clearance and classification, each of which takes 5 linguistic variables, and output the authorization level, which has 4 linguistic variables. We utilized for the clearance trapezoidal membership function. Why trapezoidal? We actually experimented with trapezoidal and triangular membership function. However, we used the trapezoidal because it allows for a smoother transition between risk in different classification. Unlike the triangular, which provides simpler implementation, faster implementation. However, it provides very sharp edges. And here we can see the membership function for the classification, same as the clearance. For the authorization also we utilized the trapezoidal membership function. And here we can see the fuzzy inference rules using Mamdani. The second layer or the second level is the risk fuzzy inference system, which is the output fuzzy logic controller. It uses three input variables: authorization, authentication, and classification. Authorization is the output from the first level inference system, and classification is also an input for the first level of FIS, and it outputs the risk value. We also used the trapezoidal membership function for both authorization, authentication, and classification. Here we can see the final result or the final output of the system. It's the risk value. It can be mapped to one of the 10 classes ranging from insignificant to extreme. And here we can see the fuzzy rules, which actually decreased from the previous model from 200 rules to 55 rules. For the evaluation part, we used the risk heat map as in the previous proposed module to evaluate the proposed module. Here we can see the authorization heat map. The risk is gradually increase from minimal to high, unlike in the previous model where the risk takes very sharp edges. Here we can see the risk heat map for the classification for unclassified assets. The risk also ranges from low to medium. For this spike is actually a result of the last two rules, which actually will not be fired unless the classification is top secret or secret. Same as here, we can see the public, the confidential, secret, and top secret. As you can notice that the risk is gradually increasing and the surface area is decreasing. So the risk value for top secret is very minimal, unlike in the previous model. We can see here a comparison between the number of rules. In the blue, we see the previous model, which implemented the same system with 200 rules, unlike the fuzzy module, which implemented the same module with only 55 rules. And here we can compare the risk value of the two systems. We can see actually in the previous module, in the unclassified, classified, and confidential, the risk was overestimated, and in the secret and top secret, the risk was underestimated. In the fuzzy module, this was fixed. The risk in the first three classification was under classified and over classified in the last two modules. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you very much. We have any questions?
Question?
Okay, thank you very much, Malik, for your presentation. So I would like you to hand you your certificate. The camera line is coming here. Third presenter, Asma Salim. Could you please?
شبكته اوكي ما بده شرح ثواني
بينه وبينك مش لازم سمح لحد يستخدم جهازه. بدك 15 دقيقة. راح اشوح لك.
طافي اصلا.
Small technical problem doesn't resolve certainly. This works now? Five. Yes.
First of all, I will thank Dr. Andraus and Dr. Ramzi and my colleagues Dina for working together for this paper. And also I will thank University of Jordan to give me this big chance to present this presentation in this conference. My presentation is about analysis of strong password using keystroke dynamics authentication in touchscreen devices. These are my outline I will cover in this presentation. Nowadays, security is becoming the most topic on the internet. Most business activities are done through internet using mobile devices. Really sensitive data must be highly secured. Security is maintained by CIA trade confidentiality, integrity, and availability. While authentication using password is the most popular in authentication through websites, but authentication using password is not sufficient. So we should search about Sorry for this disruption. Authentication using password is not sufficient to authenticate through internet and web-based application. So we should search about another techniques and mechanism to authenticate user to use as a second factor authentication. Behavioral authentication is popular nowadays. Additional authentication techniques exist as a second factor authentication as we combining something you know and something you do together to be more secure and strengthen the access control mechanism. Keystroke dynamic is the one of famous behavioral measurements that rely on utilizing the typing rhythm of each individual. Keystroke dynamics is the detailed timing and non-timing information that describes exactly when and how each key was pressed or released. The behavioral characteristics are universality, uniqueness, permanence, measurability, acceptability, and performance. The keystroke dynamic advantage is used to identifiers are distinctive and measurable characteristic to label user and authenticate them through internet. Keystroke dynamics are used because using behavioral characteristics for user identification implemented cheaply and easily, providing acceptable level for security applicability through the internet. In this paper, we investigate the use of behavioral keystroke dynamics as reliable second factor authentication, which should be secure, highly reliable, very small error rate, and easy to use. The objective of our paper answers the following questions. can user be authenticated using keystroke dynamics? How accurate and reliable are useful existing keystroke dynamic models? How adaptive is the suggested authentication model? And is there a way for suggesting a new model with enhanced performance metrics? A lot of research really, we are based on our paper done in this area. Among of them are listed in this table. All previous research dealt with keystroke dynamic using different strategies and procedures such as text mode verification and static and dynamic verification. The performance metrics used to measure the keystroke dynamics are many. Some of them are false acceptance rate, false rejection rate, and equal error rate. These performance measure will we use to represent our result in this presentation and paper. The keystroke dynamics features are dividing into two main categories, timing features and non-timing features. We cover timing and non-timing features in our research. Keystroke dynamic modeling using statistical or neural network or combining two techniques with a hybrid method. We used neural network model family with a static verification mode in this research. Our suggested model is supposed to be comprehensive, which dedicated for Android mobile devices, touchscreen devices, with a QWERTY keyboard standard. Timing and non-timing features were extracted with a password with a specific strong complexity set in our all experiments. We planned a methodology summarized in this table, and the keystroke dynamic features combining timing and non-timing feature were used to represent our model. As a non-biometric operations methodology consists of two main phases, enrollment phase and authentication phase. The two main phases are covered in this research. This is the interface and the proposed virtual keyboard which proposed in this study. The first and the screen appears to end user when using our prototype, and the virtual keyboard we designed to collect the features of our model. We chose multi-layer perceptron from neural network model to represent our results. We use this model for its popularity, non-linearity, robustness, adaptability, and the ease of use. All experiments in this paper share this learning module, which is the usual learning module for neural network models. We did multiple experiments. We will sum up them in few coming slides. Experiment 1 was done. The aim of this experiment is to examine the model classification capability. This is highlighted by testing the model ability to classify user based on their behavior. We got good result for a correctly classified instance and user with 85% and incorrectly classified instance with 14%. These results implemented as a second factor authentication way. We are not indeed rely on the authentication by using behavior only. It is to strengthen the password really. The second experiment, the aim of this experiment is to compare our suggested model performance with other classifiers such as naive Bayes, SMO, and J48. We got the result for MLB classifier, which was the best suited for keystroke dynamic features and got the best performance measure in all experiments, with 5.4% for multi-layer perceptron classifier, and the other classifier with more or less accuracy for classification for timing and non-timing features. Experiment 3 we did this experiment to evaluate multi-layer perceptron model based on different features combination. We targeted timing and non-timing feature. So to represent our experiment, we did multiple trial for this experiment with a different timing and non-timing combination. We see that we have the best result when we provide our new provided combination for multi-layer perceptron with time, pressure, size, and position features with 5.4% for an equal error rate performance measure. This experiment 3 will be good introduction to compare our result with another research done in the recent research. We have done the first comparative analysis with Al-Ghamidi author on 2015. They implement their experiment based on MVB classifier. We have got a good comparison in the section of time, pressure, and size. Using these features, we got 9.5% for equal error rates. And also, we see that we have the best result for the new provided suggested combination, time, pressure, size, and position. This is the chart, describe the result in the table. The second comparative analysis, the aim of this section also to compare multi-layer perceptron model with another statistical procedural techniques. Taisia authors in 2014. We got also the best result when we compare the same combination provided in their research with 9.5%. Also, we got the good result for the last provided and supposed features in the research. Upon the performance comparison research result provided in this table, we got rank as the 5th of these research on our result, and we got the 2nd ranked as we use a password of a good complexity. We cannot, from the previous research who got best result, they use PIN password. PIN password is not sufficient to represent a strong password using to authenticate user through internet. Our research based on a complex password consisted of numbers, characters, and special characters, not only the PIN password. As a result of multiple experiments, we got the following conclusions. Behavioral authentication identifiers are distinctive and measurable characteristic that is used to label and authenticate the user. Keystroke dynamic is a valid feature that can be used to strengthen authentication since the keystroke behavior of individual is considered to be unique. Keystroke dynamics provide acceptable level and performance measure as we see in the experiments provided in the presentation. A model for defining reliable and secure keystroke dynamics authentication system is proposed. This model is cheap second factor authentication technique because no hardware is required to be added to our model. Non-timing features play a very important role if used in keystroke dynamic system. Their use can increase the security level of authentication system. The proper implementation of keystroke dynamics may yield more acceptance on online banking and the critical application through internet, especially for mobile application. Thank you for
Thank you very much, Asma, for giving me time. Thank you. Any question for Asma? Yes, please.
Can you tell us please about how do you measure the features such as the size and the pressure? Is there any technique that you use or is it just a system that actually just uses
Yes, we have did our research based on very extensive searching for a good mobile device which provide me the timing and non-timing information. We have tried for more than 5 mobile devices. Our mobile is Sony Xperia, which can we can read the features such as size and pressure easily from the interface. But also we designed a prototype keyboard that can read these features in a way of indirectly extracting these features. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asma. Thank you. I'm going to present you your certificate, Asma.
Yeah.
I would like to invite our second presenter, Mariam Qadir, to talk about covert communication using port nuclei.
لا ما بيشحن. السلام عليكم.
السلام. 15 minutes, 15 minutes maximum.
ممكن. Okay, what you have heard so far is about detection and prevention, especially for secret communication. However, I'll talk about the other side, how to make your secret communication better to evade detection by monitoring devices. Okay. My name is Mariam Khadir. I'm a PhD candidate at BSUT University. I want to thank Dr. Ali Hadi for his help in this research. Okay, the research is about how to create a covert or a secret communication using port knocking. So first of all, I'll talk about data hiding and why in some cases data hiding might be preferable over encryption. What is covert communication and what is port knocking? I'll talk about how covert communication could be used, could be created using port knocking, and how the technique has been evaluated. Okay, so why do we need data hiding? Everyone has secret data that want to hide them from disclosure. Many cases we need to share our secret information with a friend or with a partner. Data hiding is needed in military communication and in law organization. What if someone is using our network to hide data? We should learn how this data hiding technique works to be able to detect and prevent them, and maybe we use it for fun. Okay, what is encryption and what is data hiding? We all know that encryption works by transform or convert the message character into unreadable form. So if someone is monitoring the communication, all what he sees is a sequence of character that he can't understand. On the other hand, data hiding works by hide the fact of communication existence. So if anyone is monitoring my network, they will never be able to notice the communication existence. But in some cases, people prefer data hiding over encryption. The first of all is because of lack of encryption system strength, such as we should use a limited key size or a specific key size. The other is that fact of in some cases, all we need is a proof that a communication exists, regardless of what data is being sent. And it's easy to be done if we can find encryption. Okay. Now, covert communication is defined as the ability to transfer information between two processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate, such as hiding data in a network packet. The simplest example of covert communication is to exfiltrate data using TCP header. Now, if we look at the sequence number field, this field contains a random number. So security devices does not check this number because it's random, and these devices cannot determine if it's a valid or invalid number. So the sender can easily convert the message character into numbers and insert this number in the sequence number field, and he will guarantee that security devices will ignore checking its value because, as we said, it's random and the security device cannot determine if it's right or wrong. Okay, another example of covert communication is use of steganography. Images consist of pixels, which is a sequence of numbers. So also the message character could be converted into numbers and inserted within the image pixels without affecting the image appearance, and the image could be sent over any social media to the other part. Okay, but as we heard before, we need a new data hiding technique because espionage attack and monitoring devices are developed more sophisticated, so we need new data hiding technique to evade the new detection methods. Okay, the technique in this research is depend on port knocking. So just to remember what is port communication, for any two devices that want to communicate, such as client and server, both of them should have an open port to communicate, and each part should know what is the open port on the other device. Okay, port knocking work or depend on this fact that if two persons wants to communicate, such as Alice and Bob, I just want to say that in port communication we need an open port. So if there is a closed port, then there is no communication. So port knocking works like this. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob, they both agree on number of ports to communicate with and a specific order. So when Alice sends 3 packets, for example, on ports 11, 40, 41, 42, Bob will know that Alice wants to communicate with him. So Bob will open a new port for Alice or a listening socket, for example, 1111, and all the secret messages Alice will be sent over this port to Bob. When Alice finishes the communication, Bob will close the port again. This is the basic port knocking technique. The technique that we have used is Tariq port knocking. There is many available port knocking technique, but Tariq has made enhancement over the available techniques. Okay, now when Alice wants to communicate with Bob, first Alice will encrypt the message with Bob's public key. This will ensure and guarantee that only Bob can read the message. After that, the encrypted message will be hidden using least significant bit steganography inside an image. This image will be divided into number of packets that Alice and Bob has agreed on, and will be sent to Bob on the same port that Alice and Bob agree on. Now, if Bob receives packets on the same agreement on the board that he and Alice agree on, Bob will first, before opening a new socket, will make an authentication, try to authenticate Alice. Okay. In this example, Bob is the Tariq server and Alice will be Tariq client. Now, Bob, to authenticate Alice, will generate a random number. This number will be encrypted using Alice's public key to make sure that only Alice can read this number. When Alice receives this packet, she will extract the number and encrypt it again using Bob's public key. Now, if Bob receives the authentication packet and read the same number that he has sent to Alice, then Alice is considered a valid client and authenticated. Now, instead of opening a new port, such as other port knocking technique, Bob will read the message from the port knocking technique that has been sent in the beginning. Okay. The features of this technique that it's immune to spoof, packet, and denial of service attack. This is because if any third party tries to communicate with Bob and fail to authenticate himself, Bob will block his IP after a specific number of failed attempts. Also, the technique is immune to TCP reply attack because it contains encryption and mutual authentication, and encryption and authentication cannot be completed unless you have Alice private number and Bob public key. Also, the technique is more stealth than other board communication technique because, as we said before, it will never create a listening socket to make the communication. Okay, to evaluate the technique, first we have calculated the peak signal to noise ratio. The PSNR is used to calculate the image quality and the distortion the steganography has affect to the picture. The technique has achieved a good PSNR value. The other value, it was to calculate the transmission rate of the channel. It was 152 bits per second. Okay, this was just the communication technique. The technique has combined steganography with encryption and used port knocking to hide the communication. It is better than other port knocking technique as it's immune to denial of service attack, spoof, packet, and TCP reply attack. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any question for Mariam? I think the audience, they have a question, but they understand we are behind the lack of time. That's why they are trying to help us in that. I'd like to hand you the certificate. I think we have the last presenter before the lunch break, Maha Saleh. Could you please come? Of course, Maha going to speak about authentication techniques for the Internet of Things.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Azam Sled, Dr. Muhammad Qatawi, and Dr. Wissam Baidin for their help and effort to complete this research. The paper that I will discuss is a short survey about the authentication protocols for the Internet of Things. The survey covers 20 authentication techniques selected from the literature based on the following bases. Firstly, it should be recent and not before 2010. It should be proposed for constrained devices such as sensors that are used in wireless sensor networks. Or proposed for cloud environments, because wireless sensor networks and cloud environments are main parts of the Internet of Things. Also, the selected techniques should have some features such as some authentication or the strategy of authentication process and the security level, the attacking model, and the evaluation model. The objectives of the survey is to help other researchers to delve into the details of authentication techniques for the Internet of Things by going through the classification and comparison. It classifies the authentication techniques according to their inherent features and some attributes such as the architecture, whether it is distributed or centralized, hierarchical or flat. It's also compared between the selected techniques according to the use evaluation model and the considered security attacks. First, we will start with the classification. We have two classifications. The first one is according to how the authentication process is performed. It could be centralized by using a centralized authentication servers or ID provider server, or could be distributed where all nodes in the network are peers. It could be hierarchical or flat. Table 1 shows the results of the first classification. As can be noticed, the centralized hierarchical and the centralized flat approaches have been used for most of the studied techniques. Because centralized solution makes it easier to control the process and authentication, the process of authentication, and simplifies the proposed protocol. The second classification is done according to general characteristic of the authentication process. The studied characteristics are two-way authentication, whether mutual authentication or one-way authentication is performed in the proposed technique. The use of additional hardware or the use of multiple credentials for a user, the use of multi-level authentication, the use of registration phase to register user information, or the use of offline phase to reload the shared key between network nodes. Table 2 shows the result of this classification. As can be noticed, mutual authentication has been achieved by most of the studied techniques. A few techniques require the use of additional hardware, multiple credential, and or multiple authentication levels, because this choice makes the protocol, the proposed technique, more complex and less deployable. Also, the registration and offline phase are required as an essential step by the techniques under consideration. For comparison, we also have we made two comparisons. The first one is according to the use evaluation model. It could be experimental testbed by an implementation using particular programming language or prototype, or experimental evaluation by simulation, or theoretical evaluation using formal security analysis for the proposed technique, or performance analysis by analyzing the required CPU time, number of steps, memory space, message size, and etc. The results shown in table 3. Most of the literature have used theoretical evaluation or performance analysis, in contrast to the implementation or simulation approaches that used by a few others. The second comparison is done according to the security attacks that are considered in the studied techniques. The attacks are man-in-the-middle attack, timing, insider, impersonation attacks, replay attack, password change or guessing attacks, eavesdropping, denial of service attack, and stolen smart card attacks. The results are shown in table 4. We can notice that most of the paper achieved consider man-in-the-middle attack, impersonation, replay, and eavesdropping attacks more than other type of attacks. Okay, in summary, this short survey presents, this short paper presents a survey of authentication techniques for the Internet of Things that helps other researchers to delve in the details of these techniques by going through the classification and comparison. The classification has been done based on the inherent feature of these techniques, such as being distributed or centralized, flat or hierarchical, and the comparison between these selected techniques has been done according to the use evaluation model and the security attacks that been considered. Our recommendation for future research is to focus on hierarchical and distributed approaches and consider timing, denial of service, and stolen smart card attacks in their solution, along with other type of security attacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maha. Well done. Perfect timing. Any question for Maha? Okay, I think the same situation. They want to go for lunch. That's why. التليفونات بالمسرح عفوا. أنا حابب أحكي تليفون بس ما توقفت عادة. ما في حدا هون. With this presentation we end this session, and next all of you are invited to join us in the lunch, to have lunch together, which will be in the university restaurant, and if we all together outside, we'll walk together to the restaurant. You are welcome, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
مرة ثانية ان شاء الله انا يعني مش شايف انا لي مرات لازم انا مش قاعده
فوائد مرة راح تملس.
مش عارف.
جد والله.
والله ما بعرف.
الله يرفع يعني محمد اشتياق عليه سؤال زبالة زي وجهه.
ليش الشاحن مش شغال؟ مش عارف انا.
ها؟
الشاحن المفروض شغال. ليه؟
احسن.
شو اللي بيصير؟
هيك.
ايه طفى.
معناته شغال.
شو اللي شغال؟
بس طفيت هيك مش طفى
مش واصل الكهرباء.
عندك تست كهرباء؟ روح ودي ميه. اسمع قول لنا قول لنا يا زلمه روح يا زلمه. بس نخلص الكهرباء. نادي عبد الله عدوان قول له تعال بسرعه على القدره.
واصل الكهرباء وبعدين مع القصه.
اسمع خليه يودي فيصل.
شكله البريز نفسه مش شغال.
تست كهرباء بالجنة.
واحد يجي يشيل مسافة فاضية. مسافة فاضية كلها ليه.
لا لسه. عبد الله يا حبيبي تخليش الشيء. والله جزاء تشيلهم يا عبد الله. هسه خلينا بجيب اسمع المدرج كله هاي في كاسات هون. في فوق. عادي نادي كأنك قاعد بدورية نجدة. ايش هو؟ اقول نادي كأنك قاعد بدورية نجدة.
طريق يا
عادي ما تسويش تتحرك على اليمين ولا تسوي. شغالها من عندنا. عواد فضل الطاولة هاي عبد الله. ولا كاسة فاضية؟ لا انا هسه حضرت الكاسات. الكاسات هذول القزاز اللي فيه المي ديرن جوا الصف. اللي فيه المي. سامحين خشب والله ماشي. أخذت الصبر ما غلت حاله زي
خلي خلاص بالله بس عارفه من زمان هي مش من هسه. انا تعرف تصبح من الموضوع عشان انا مش حابب اقول زي الشمس والله ما تبقى لازم توضع اليوم اول حاجه انا بطلع من هنا اسمع صار ولا لا؟
ولا شيء. لا خلص تمام امور. احكي. هذول لا خربانين ولا واحد.
حلو. بسرعة بس. يلا زحمة. بالله ايش؟
نكتب على الجامعة الأردنية.
هذا
أصلا شوف إيش لا تخشين.
عن جد متوترة أنا.
أصلا يشوف إنه إيش قاعد تسوي.
خلص حطيته وسميته باسمي.
بس بعدين
لا لسه رفعوا الغداء.
نافع وين؟
الناس
كل الساعة واحدة من الليل. جبت الآن لسه ما والغداء هسه؟ لسه ما رجعوا. متى المفروض يجي السيشن؟ الساعة 10 لا الغداء
على الساعة رجع مؤتمر.
وانا اذا بدك توصل لي اوصل لك واسمع خذ انا عشان بس معلش عشان بدك خلص خلص كمل
ما بعرف. الو just 1 2 3 بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لازم مسكون على الغداء قلت له روح لم الطاوله هاي خذ لك كاسات الفوق الدنيا والعالم. تفضل. الو تيست 1 2 3 بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الو تيست 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 تيست.
بس مش هسه احمد.
الو 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 1 2 3 الو تيست 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 الياس الو الياس. Shafiqa. So please, you have 15 minutes to present your work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will talk. My talk will be about an integrated wireless network forensic analysis framework that we developed in our university in order to help the law enforcement and also the forensic investigator in conducting their investigation of cyber attacks on wireless networks. I would first thanks my students Nadia and Mohammed and also my colleague for their collaboration and the work done. Let's start first by defining the wireless network forensic. What is the wireless network forensic? The wireless network forensic is a part of digital forensics branch that focus on capturing and monitoring and analyzing network traffic. And this with the aim of gathering information, collecting legal evidence, and detecting intrusions. As we know, there is a variety of proprietary and open source tools that can help the investigator in conducting their investigations. However, those tools come with different capabilities that ranging from traffic capturing until network flow logs analysis. However, what we noticed is the non-existence of a single tool able to fulfill all requirements of wireless network forensics. I mean by all requirements, that means capturing, recording, and analyzing in the same time. To fill this gap, our contribution consists in developing an integrated wireless network forensic analysis framework. The framework combines a set of open source tools into an integrated package and is able to capture the wireless network traffic, analyzes the captured traffic, and also extract and document the digital evidence that a law enforcement or an investigator need to prove the existence of cyber attack. The framework, the actual vision of our framework, focus only on the Wi-Fi based networks. We started with the Wi-Fi based networks because it's a widespread network that we found everywhere. And if we need to investigate wireless network and do forensics in wireless network, we need a deep knowledge of the structure of the packets. In the case of the Wi-Fi networks, we have three kinds of packets that are the management packets that establish the connectivity between hosts at link layer. And those packets are usually used by the attackers as an attack vectors against the wireless networks. We have also the data frames or the data packets that disseminate or send or contain the actual data exchanged by the users. Those packets can inform us on the intrusive traffic, because in the case of an attack, we see a large amount of this kind of data frames. And the last kind of packets are the control packets that the mission is to deliver and manage to deliver the management and the data packets. The framework we developed try to automate the following wireless forensic process. The wireless forensic process we are automating is composed of 4 steps that are interception or the capture of wireless traffic. Here, in order, of course, to capture the traffic, we need a network interface or wireless network interface supporting the monitor mode or the sniffing mode. And also we need the use of wireless network monitoring and sniffing tools to capture the wireless traffic at the link layer. The next step after collecting the traffic is the examination of this traffic. This stage of the forensic investigation allows the investigator to get information on the collected traffic, such as the number of exchanged packets, the duration of the capture, also the detected access point, and so on. And the importance of this step is to allow the investigator to determine the investigation perimeter. So if we know which access point we are investigating, we can filter only the traffic and analyze only the traffic related to this access point. After filtering and after examining the traffic, the next step is the core stage in the wireless network investigation is the analysis of the collected traffic. The aim of this stage is to extract, of course, the evidence either on the attack conducted throughout this network or against the wireless network, and also to identify in the best case the identity of the attacker. Of course, the results of the analysis step will be presented in a report, and the generation of this report is automatic. And the report contains all details on the attack and also the evidence of the presence of this attack, which will help the law enforcement to get decisions. The actual version of our framework automate three main attacks that are the web cracking, the denial of service, and the evil twin. Of course, in order to be able to automate the process of detecting these attacks, a manual study was needed and required in order to identify and to find the signature or the pattern of this attack. I will present in what follow the different how we studied the three attacks and how we identify the trace left by each attack in the traffic trace. Starting by the web attack, we know that the web is an encryption protocol used by the access point in order to secure the communication. The web protocol relies on a pre-shared secret key concatenates to an initialization vector. And in a web attack, the attacker tries to generate and to increase the generation of the initialization vectors or the IVs, because having a lot of IVs will allow the attacker to extract the key and to crack the key and to be able to access to the network. And how the increasing of this IV, the generation of the IV is done by increasing the number of data frames. So the attacker will try to inject data frames to the access point will respond by sending the initialization vectors. So the attacker is the station that broadcasts the largest number of data frames. Here in our experimental study, we noticed that the station in the middle is the attacker station. We notice that it broadcasts almost 2 million data frames in order to enforce the access point to generate these IVs. And indeed, we notice that in the same period of broadcasting the data frames, we notice an increase in the generation and in the number of the initialization vectors. So we can say that this is the evidence of the presence of the web attack, and the station generating the largest number is the attacker. Now for the denial of service attack, in security field, this attack is the most difficult to prevent and the most difficult to detect. There is also different ways to launch the denial of service attack. In our actual version, we implement the denial of service attack using the de-authentication. What means the de-authentication? Here, the attackers will send null data frames to the access point in order to enforce the access point to generate the de-authentication messages that will be sent to the connected station in order to disconnect from the network. So the evidence on the presence of a denial of service attack based on the use of the authentication is the number of the authentication frames broadcast in the network and also on the number of null data frames. Here we see that in the presence of attack, an increase in the number of the authentication frames. We noticed also that the number of null data frames increase considerably before the authentication. And we notice also that the attacker machine is the one exchanging the more and sending the more number and the largest number of null data frames. The last attack is the evil twin attack. So the evil twin attack consists in creating a fake access point that will appear as a legitimate access point, and this by using the same SSID, that means by the same identity of the legitimate access point. Having the same legitimate identity could be done using the max spoofing attacks. Usually also the evil twin attack, we notice that is followed by a denial of service attack in order to enforce the station to disconnect from the legitimate access point and then to connect to the fake access point. By studying the trace files during the attacks, we notice that the evil twin attack causes the desequencing of management frame sequence number. We know that each management frame, when it's generated, has a sequence number, and the increase of this number is linear and is by 1 for each frame sent. So, but if we have an evil twin, so we have two stations with the same MAC address sending their management frames. So we see a desequencing of this of these numbers. We noticed also that in the trace file, one of the traces left by the evil twin attack is having the same address, MAC address. That means the same machines sending with two different channels in the same time. Something that is not possible if the machine is have a legitimate MAC address and not a spoofed MAC address. This is some results of our